time and date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Stefan.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the Devil's Horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on time and date. And subscribe to join us next time. And welcome. Here we are again. I'm Anna Buckle. This is Graham Jones. And we're here from the Time and Date studio in Stavanger, Norway. And we're looking at some beautiful pictures of the moon here from Wasasat, sent to us by our mobile observatory. Finally out traveling again. We're in for a total lunar eclipse. We're going to be here for almost 4 hours. And 1 hour and 25 minutes of totality coming up. And Graham, what are the highlights of tonight's event?
Yeah, so right now, as we speak, the moon has started traveling through the Earth's shadow in space. Now, as we look at these live images coming in from North Africa, at the moment, it looks still pretty much like a regular full moon. That's because the moon at the moment is traveling through the light outer part of Earth's shadow. But over the next half hour or so, the moon will gradually get darker and darker until at 2:27 UTC, so around about 25 minutes from now, the moon will enter the dark inner part of Earth's shadow. And that's when things will get really interesting for us tonight.
And there's lots to come, isn't there?
There is. So this is a Sunday night, Monday morning total lunar eclipse. Over on the western coast of North America, it's early Sunday evening and the moon is rising around now. It's giving them a wonderful prime time Sunday evening total lunar eclipse. On the other side of the Atlantic, in Ouarzazate, Morocco, it's just gone 3 o'clock in the morning. So we are heading towards sunrise and moonset. So for this eclipse, we have images coming from across the globe, and we'll be bringing the entire eclipse from moonrise to moonset.
And anyone who's on the night side of Earth can actually see this lunar eclipse because the full moon is up during the night. We've got a map that can help us show this. There you go. So we've got the night side of Earth on one side and the day side on the other side.
That's right. So right now, the moon is there just over the coast of Brazil. The moon is directly above that part of the globe. And on this map, anywhere in the light area can see the moon right now. We can see that the moon is rising over on the western side of the United States, and moonset is gradually edging in from the eastern side of that map.
So the map can be a bit confusing. It just confused me now. It's bright where we see the moonlight and it's dark where the sun is.
Right. This is a moonlight world map. So yes, here the light part is the area that can see the moon right now.
And we've got some partners around the globe.
That's right. We are going to be talking about our partners later on in the live stream, but we do have locations around the globe to bring us live images of this eclipse. I think we can bring up a map showing the locations of our partners. Here it is. So over in the western half of North America, we have streams coming in from San Diego, California, and Tucson in Arizona. Over on the eastern side of the continent, we have streams coming in from Sudbury in Ontario in Canada, and from New York. In South America, we have a stream coming in from just outside Santiago in Chile. And on the other side of the Atlantic, we have the Time and Date Mobile Observatory in Morocco, in Ouarzazate. And again, we'll be talking about all of our streaming partners later on.
As we go through
the show. Exactly.
And as we can see here on our timeline here on the left-hand side, that's a really good kind of countdown, a way to kind of see where we are in the eclipse. We're edging towards partial there. It's going to be in about, I'm looking at the time, in about 20 minutes, something as start of partial will happen, and the totality there at 3:29 UTC, and the moon will be eaten away by Earth's dark outer shadow. It's umbra, right?
That's right.
And we're going to see pictures of it right here for the next 4 hours. So we're going to bring you the whole event from start to finish. And we're going to be back in a few minutes. We're going to be talking to NASA lunar scientist Noah Petro. So, but go on to timeanddate.live. There you can watch the video. You can read some news posts about this eclipse. So we'll be back soon. And we're back. And we're without Noah Petro. Unfortunately, he was unable to join us. But he was going to explain what we're in for tonight. And so, Graham, what can we expect to see tonight?
Okay, so tonight, a total lunar eclipse. If we look at the timeline on the left side of the screen, we can see that this eclipse started about 50 minutes ago. This was when the moon first entered the Earth's shadow. This was the lighter outer part of Earth's shadow. It's called the penumbra. So at 0132 UTC on our timeline, we say penumbral starts. That's when the very light stage of the eclipse began. Now, over the past 50 minutes, the moon has been getting closer to the darker inner part of Earth's shadow. That's called the umbra. And in about 5 minutes from now, the moon will start to enter that darker inner part of Earth's shadow.
But we can already see it.
Right. So that's when the partial phase officially starts. But we can certainly see on the screen now that the moon is getting very dark on that left-hand side of the screen as we look at it on our images from Ouarzazate, Morocco. Once the partial phase starts, that darkness, that blackness will begin to spread across the entire face of the moon until about 1 hour later at 3:29 UTC, the whole of the moon will be within that dark central part of Earth's shadow. And that's when the total phase of this eclipse begins.
And does the moon disappear? It doesn't, right? Because we talk about this blood moon, we talk about a red moon. So what happens?
Right. So as we look at the screen now, we would imagine that the moon would completely disappear as this eclipse progresses, because certainly it's now very difficult to see that left edge of the moon on our picture here. But something slightly different happens around totality. The Earth is a big rock, and when totality starts, that big rock is between the sun and the moon, and it's blocking sunlight from reaching the moon directly from the sun. However, the Earth is a rock surrounded by an atmosphere. It's a thin layer of gas, about 100 kilometers, 60 miles thick, and the Earth's atmosphere is lit up by the sun's rays and actually glows a reddish color. And it's this reddish color from Earth's atmosphere that reaches the surface of the moon and gives it this reddish tint.
So a little bit like what happens at sunrise, sunset.
Exactly that. If we were standing on the surface of the moon during totality, if we were looking up into the black sky, we wouldn't be able to see the sun. It would be completely blocked by the Earth. But surrounding the Earth, we would see this red ring. Now, no one's ever seen that view from the moon, but as you say, we're actually all very familiar with that reddish color, because that is the color of sunrise and sunset. If you imagine the person on the moon looking up at Earth, on the near side of the Earth, the side facing the moon, that's the nighttime side of Earth. On the far side, the side pointing towards the sun, that's the daytime side. The ring around the edge of the moon, that's the boundary between daytime and nighttime, and that is sunrise and sunset. So, as is often said, the red color produced during a lunar eclipse is the color of all the sunrises and sunsets on Earth happening at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fairly poetic and magical, isn't it? We will be back in a few minutes. Make sure to go to timeanddate.live. We've got more information about blood moons and why the moon turns red during a lunar eclipse, about what happens during a total lunar eclipse. So go ahead and read up there, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Oh, there's some gorgeous images of the moon coming to us from Ouarzazate, Morocco, and from our friend Thomas Puzia. He's streaming from a ski resort outside of Chile. We're about 50 minutes, a bit more from totality at the moment. We can see that shadow really eating across the moons here, and our friend Thomas is working with us for the third time. He's at the Institute of Astrophysics at the PUC University in Santiago, and he was pretty keen on helping us out with this eclipse as well, wasn't he, Graham?
Absolutely, and beautiful images that we're getting there from Santiago, from Thomas. Interesting thing on the screen here, Anna, is the shadows seem to be coming from different directions. We've got our main feed in the big screen. We've got the image coming from Ouarzazate in Northern Africa, and in the top right corner, we've got the feed there from Thomas in Chile. As you said, the Earth's shadow really starting to eat away at the moon, but it appears to be eating away in a different direction.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Well,
so the first thing to point out is that everybody on the nighttime side of the Earth is watching exactly the same thing. Everybody's looking at the same side of the moon, the near side of the moon. Everybody's watching the same part of the Earth's shadow traveling across the moon. The same events are happening at the same moment for everybody. But what is different for different people is the angle that they're looking at the moon. And what we have here on the screen is a great illustration of a view from the northern hemisphere in Morocco versus a view from the southern hemisphere in Chile. Just as the phases of the moon are the other way around between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, so the angle of the Earth's shadow on the moon appears flipped as you travel from the northern hemisphere across the equator down into the southern hemisphere.
And this is actually quite a correct image we're having at the moment. Sometimes telescopes can flip things, sometimes clouds can come over and confuse us, that kind of thing. But you've checked this is the right angle, so we're actually showing it. What you would stand on the ground and looking up at the moon, you would see this direction of the shadow moving across the moon, right?
Absolutely, yes.
So a lot of the time when I've been in the southern hemisphere, I think the moon looks a bit upside down. It's because we're used to looking at the moon from one direction, I guess you say, orientation. I don't know what word we wanted to use there.
Right, exactly. It's that the moon is flipped as you travel from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. So yes, the moon itself, moon phases and lunar eclipses appear the other way around.
And we can check in on our timeline. What's going on there? We've got, I'd said we had about just under 50 minutes to go for the totality. And we're getting there.
That's right. Another 50 minutes, and then the whole moon will be covered by the dark inner part of Earth's shadow, and the total phase of this eclipse will begin.
And there will be moonrise soon, right? Somewhere.
That's right. So the moon is rising over in the western half of North America. We are waiting for feeds to come in from San Diego in California and from Tucson in Arizona. We've got to wait for the moon to rise, and we've also got to wait for it to get above the hills there as well. There's a few degrees worth of hills that the moon has to climb above, but hopefully images will be coming in from the western part of North America very soon.
And the moon will be hanging above the horizon there, and it looks big and beautiful. And it's something called the moon illusion.
Right. It is a curious thing that when we see the moon low down close to the horizon, it looks absolutely enormous. It looks so much bigger than it does when it is overhead. And as you said, it is actually just simply an illusion.
Trick of the mind.
It's all in the mind. Yes, it is. It is one of the great optical illusions how huge the moon looks when it's down close to the horizon.
Yeah. So we're waiting for that, eagerly awaiting for sunrise there. But we're going to be back in a few minutes. We're going to be talking to, hopefully, Jim Knoll from the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association. He's out at the University of Arizona having a bit of a viewing party, and he might show us a little bit what he's up to there. Yeah. Make sure to check out our live page, timeanddate.live, and we'll be back soon.
Just a little bit.
And welcome back. We're here at Time and Date HQ, and we've got Jim Knoll with us. It's a prime time Sunday evening eclipse in the US. It's 8 p.m. his local time. We're about 30 minutes away from totality, and the excitement is building up there with Jim, isn't it? He's at the University of Arizona. He's got how many people behind you, Jim?
We probably have about, I would guess, 200 to 250 people out here.
And how is that? Can you see the moon?
Yeah, it's just unfortunately we had a couple of buildings that were blocking the moon, but it is just now clearing the moon. So yeah, it's just now starting to come
Nice.
up, and so everybody's getting excited. We have a few high thin clouds, but not very many. So yeah, so it's really cool, and everybody's getting excited to be able to look at the total eclipse.
And it's a good time for it. I see people in the background there getting excited about looking at the
Yeah,
moon.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is terrific. And Jim, going to be getting we're going to be getting pictures later on of the eclipse from Tucson. Your colleague there, Rick Paul, is going to be sending us a telescope feed. Whereabouts is Rick tonight?
So Rick is actually streaming from his house in southeastern Arizona. So so he's down in what we call Vale, which is kind of southeast a little bit from Tucson, and he's got a nice dark sky back on down there. So that's where he's going to be streaming in. We have fantastically clear skies here. There's a few clouds on the horizon, but for the most part, it's pretty clear, and we're just all anxious to see the moon. Like I said earlier, the moon is just now clearing some of the buildings, so we're able to see a good partial moon. But by the time
Oh,
it goes
nice.
total, we'll be up. We've got the Flandreau Science Center here is open as well, and they've got activities inside. We have, I would guess about, see, we have 4, 8, we have about 9 telescopes set up here for people to look through, and plus
Nice.
the Flandreau's big telescope. So we are all excited and just ready to have a great time tonight. It's going to be a star party, our moon party, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, wow. This sounds like a really fun Sunday night. Um, Jim, the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association does do a lot of outreach activities throughout the whole year.
We do, yeah. We have about 500 members, and so we got a pretty good sized organization, pretty good sized membership. Probably about 100 of those members, maybe not local to Tucson. We get members from all over the U.S. that will come out and use some of our facilities out here to do some dark sky observing. Especially in the winter months when it's a little frigid up in the North Country. They're coming out here to the desert where it's just it's really nice and good place to good dark skies and good place to visit. We have our club offers special interest groups. We do imaging. We have an astronomy fundamentals to get people involved, learning the night sky and things like that. And then we also do some other special interest groups. We do a lot of outreach activities. We average during the school year, we average probably about 30 to 35 events a month. And
Wow,
a
that's a
lot
lot.
of those are public ones. They're just open to the public. We do a lot of schools. We do youth groups. We're blessed here in Tucson of having some incredibly clear skies, a lot of clear skies, and a lot of dark skies. So, I mean, it's just a perfect environment out here. to do that. It gets a little bit warm in the summer, and during our monsoon, which we do get a true monsoon here in Tucson, then we usually have to take about 2 to 3 months off in the summer because it's probably a 99% chance we're going to get clouded out.
Right, right. Wow. As we've been speaking, Jim, Rick's image of the moon has started to come in from Tucson. So in the top right corner of the screen right now, we are looking at the moon there from Tucson, and yeah, great images coming in from Rick.
Awesome.
And Jim,
yeah, it looks really good. Rick's got a really good setup.
Yeah, that's looking great. And Jim, it's looking great behind you as well. Is there any chance we could have a look behind you and see what's going on there outside the University of Arizona?
Yeah, in fact, the two people you see right back there, right back there, the one in the red shirt is our president, May Smith. And the other one is one of our volunteers. So I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to tilt the screen down a little bit so you can see some of our crowd. If you guys want to, I'm going to let them see this whole crowd. So let's kind of come down, and if you guys can see the crowd back there. Isn't that awesome?
Okay.
We've got lots of telescopes going, and everybody is having a great time. The moon has finally cleared the buildings. It's showing a nice partial, just like it shows on Rick's picture. So that's good.
Yeah, well, that is terrific. And wow, Jim, thank you so much for sharing some of the excitement there in Tucson on this Sunday evening. Great to see this star party that's going on there. Anna, that is Jim Knoll.
That's Jim Knoll
from the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association in Arizona.
Well, I'll tell you what. Thanks, guys, for hosting this and for doing this. We love doing these kind of outreach activities, and it's nice to be able to do a U.S. and worldwide stream to for people that either are getting clouded out or don't have a good view of the eclipse. I've been spreading the word around quite a bit about going to timeanddate.com and checking out the live stream. So hopefully you've got a great audience.
Thank you for that, Jim. Doing my outro, timeanddate.live. We will be back soon. Thank you so much, Jim.
Okay, talk to you later.
and we're looking at some gorgeous images from Morocco, from San Diego, and from Tucson. And for San Diego, it's actually the fourth time we're working with them. It's Dave Decker and Gary Hawkins that are helping us out with a lovely feed. They're coming from San Diego. And Tucson, we were just talking to Jim Knoll, and it's Rick Paul, his colleague, that's bringing us these beautiful images from Tucson. And then we've got our own mobile observatory in Morocco, in Ouarzazate, bringing us this beautiful image of the full moon. So here we are.
Yes, yes. And Anna, we were talking earlier about the different angles that people have as they look at this lunar eclipse. As we said before, everybody on the nighttime side of Earth is watching exactly the same part of the moon and the same part of the Earth's shadow, and everything's happening at the same time. But if we look at these pictures from Ouarzazate in the main screen, San Diego top right, and Tucson in the middle, we can see that the lighter part of the moon is in a different place on each image. Now, before we looked at the difference between North America and South America,
Northern and Southern Hemisphere.
Right. And we saw that when you move from the Northern Hemisphere to the Southern Hemisphere, the moon essentially sort of flips in the sky. Now, all these locations are in the Northern Hemisphere, so something else is going on here. Something else that affects the angle of a lunar eclipse is where the moon is in the sky. So in Tucson, in Arizona, we know the moon has just risen. So the moon is climbing up from the roughly the eastern horizon. Over in North Africa, in Ouarzazate, the moon is approaching moonset. It's sinking towards the western horizon. And between the moon rising behind one horizon and then setting behind the other horizon, as it moves overhead, it appears to rotate in the sky. So that's why we're seeing a difference in the lit and unlit part of the moon between Ouarzazate and Morocco. Ouarzazate heading towards moonset, Tucson just after moonrise. There is a third thing we've got to explain. So our image from San Diego is also different to the image from Tucson. Now, San Diego in Southern California is fairly close on the map to Tucson in Arizona. The thing that's happening here is that telescopes sometimes invert images, and images can be flipped top to bottom. Sometimes they're flipped horizontally. So the image from Tucson is a right way up image of how the moon looks in the sky as it's rising up from the horizon. The image we're getting from San Diego, the telescope has flipped it round. So that is an upside down moon, thanks to the telescope.
And also the image from Ouarzazate is looking very different from the image from Tucson and the one that we just had from San Diego. And that's got to do with exposure and how you choose which part you choose to light up on the moon. So that also makes a difference. As we could see, the image from San Diego and from Tucson are focusing on the bright side of the moon, like the dark side has completely disappeared, while on our image from Ouarzazate here we can actually see the moon and we can see the brighter side, but it's exposed to the moon, so you can see the full moon there.
Exactly right.
So but slowly now, we're looking at the timeline. We've got about 5 minutes left until totality starts. So lunar eclipses, they're quite slow, they're a bit by bit. They're not a dramatic kind of boom and then it changes. It kind of just sneaks up on you, doesn't it? So what will we see at totality, Graham?
Well, in about another 5 minutes, that lit part of the moon will have disappeared and all of the moon will now be within the dark central part of Earth's shadow. And looking at the timeline from 3:29 UTC right the way through to around 4:53 UTC. That will be the period of totality. So about 1 hour and 25 minutes. During that time, the moon will be moving through the Earth's umbra, this dark inner part of the shadow. We'll see the moon take on a noticeably reddish tint in the sky. That's the sunlight reaching the moon, having been filtered through Earth's atmosphere. We might see the tint very slightly change as the Earth goes deeper into the Earth's shadow and then starts to come out again towards that second partial phase when the total ends. Of course, people can also see slight changes in the color of the moon as it moves up and down in the sky. The moon always tends to look a little bit redder as it gets closer to the horizon. So yes, total phase starting in a few minutes. Our reddish moon will be there for 1 hour and 25 minutes. And then the whole thing happens in reverse. We have another partial eclipse phase where the moon moves out of Earth's shadow. So there's still a lot to come. And meanwhile, in Ouarzazate, the moon is heading towards moonset. The moon won't set during the total phase of the eclipse. It will set in Morocco just before the end of the partial phase. So we have moonset to look forward to in Morocco.
So I think we should just sit back, relax, enjoy. And if you're bored with this beautiful images, you can go to timeanddate.live. You can still kind of look a little bit at the video and read a little bit about the blog posts. But timeanddate.live is where we have more information. But I'm just going to lean back and enjoy. and we're back. And we're here. We've managed to catch up with Stefan Thorsen. He's at our mobile observatory in Ouarzazate, Morocco. And we've been looking at some beautiful eclipse moons. And why are you in Ouarzazate, and who's there with you, Stefan?
I'm here with Matthew, which also works in Time and Date. We chose Ouarzazate because it's, well, this eclipse wasn't, you can't see so much of it in Europe. And we could have gone to somewhere in the Americas, but we do have so much partners there already. So it's nice to kind of find another view, another place. And I have been in this exact same location before. The eclipse in 2019 in January. Very similar eclipse, both in the timing and everything. And Ouarzazate was chosen because it's very close to the Sahara. There's very few clouds and very little rain here, and the chance of there's 90% cloud cover chance. So there's four to five chance of having a success, and we have a very clear night today. We had a bit of clouds 2 days ago when arriving, so you kind of but it's really nice. So it's also it's at 1,100 meters above sea level. That means a bit less atmosphere to go through, and it's well connected and connectivity-wise. The internet lines are good and everything. So and it's a nice country, friendly people helping us.
So a lot of things have to fall in place for the mobile observatory to be streaming from a location.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of an effort actually, and lots of packing lists and equipment lists and checkups and preparations on site as well as preparations ahead. So it's quite a bit of effort actually, but it's good when it actually works.
Yeah, and these are fantastic images that you and Matthew are sending through tonight. Stefan, we've got 2 images on the screen at the moment from Ouarzazate. So you're using 2 different telescopes, 2 different setups there. Can you tell us a little about the equipment you're using to give us these 2 different feeds?
First of all, the big picture is a 6-inch, 15-centimeter telescope, so it has a bit more aperture. It catches a bit more light. The other one is a 3-inch or 72-millimeter telescope. It catches just about 1/4 of the light, but it has better optics and can potentially be a bit better pictures. The other one, but when it's this dark, the big one has there's an advantage to having the bigger aperture. Then we have cameras that attach to each one, which then again connects to the PCs, which we read things from. We use a software called SharpCap to tune the images and everything, and then stream them through quite a bit of network equipment and to have good connectivity.
So a lot of planning goes into this.
Yeah, there's a lot of planning, but it's a very enjoyable thing.
Yeah,
especially when
and great result tonight.
Yeah,
for sure.
It looks beautiful. And the moon's going to set in a couple of hours before the end of the eclipse. And where's the moon going to be setting?
It's going to be setting behind some mountains. In 2019, we had them setting behind the Atlas Mountains, which was a very spectacular view. This was in January. So this time we are in May, so the moon sets are quite different location. I would just call it regular mountains, regular hills, nothing spectacular. But we still hope it will be nice. And also when it gets close to the horizon, the dark side will be very hard to see. So I hope we'll catch that last bit as well as we did last time we were in Morocco.
Yeah, we're excited about seeing the moon set. So we're crossing our fingers for you there, Stefan.
Yes.
And we're going to let you concentrate on what you do best, which is streaming these gorgeous images to us. And we're going to sit back and relax and enjoy a bit more of totality. And check out Time and Date Live if you want to read more about eclipses, about our partners, and about other things that happen at Time and Date. And we will be back soon. Welcome back, and we're enjoying totality here, looking at some beautiful images from Tucson, Arizona and San Diego, California. So dark, deep red moons here, and even some stars, Graham.
Yes. So during totality, the moon takes on this reddish color. It's also a lot darker than a normal full moon because it is covered by the Earth's dark shadow. So normally, full moon is a terrible time to try and see stars because the full moon is just so bright. But it is a lot dimmer during a total lunar eclipse, and we do see some stars popping into view around the edge of the moon on these feeds here, which is great. Yes, we are about exactly halfway through this eclipse. This is the midpoint of totality. So this is the deepest that the moon gets into the Earth's shadow tonight. This is the deepest and the darkest point of tonight's eclipse. And we said before, it really is a prime time Sunday evening event. The local time in Tucson, the local time in San Diego is what, 9:10 on the Sunday evening. It's a great Sunday evening astronomical event.
And people, we've got a question in from one of our viewers and asking if the eclipse looks the same across the world, if it's the same event that people are looking at. And it is, even though the moons that we have been looking at are different in orientation, in color.
That's right. So a solar eclipse is very dependent upon location. A solar eclipse is where the very small shadow of the moon is moving across Earth's surface. So for a solar eclipse, location is everything. For a lunar eclipse, we're looking at the big shadow of the Earth projected onto the moon's surface in space. It's all happening thousands of miles away. Everybody on the nighttime side of the Earth is watching the same eclipse, the same events happening at the same time. As we talked about before, the angle changes depending on whether you're northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, whether you're closer to moonrise or to moonset. When we look at these telescope images as well, as we also talked about, there are different settings you can have on telescopes, different exposures, and that can give the moon slightly different shades and different colors. But everybody is watching exactly the same events unfold at the same time.
If they're lucky and they don't have clouds.
Exactly. And unfortunately, we have run into clouds at our streaming locations over on the eastern half of North America. We're enjoying wonderful images from the western part of North America. Alas, on the other side of the continent, we have really run into clouds. We did manage to get some brief pictures earlier from Kat Troche in New York with the Amateur Astronomers Association, but she's now been clouded out. We also had some lovely images earlier from Colin DeRocha. He's in Sudbury, Ontario, Canada, from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada Sudbury Centre. He's there in Sudbury with Aletha McIntyre. They got some wonderful images for us earlier, but the clouds have now taken over there. So yes, bad luck on that side of the continent.
That's why we travel to places with low cloud cover.
And we have to say, we've been very fortunate with the clouds tonight. Yes.
And some people are calling this a supermoon, like they're calling it a super blood eclipse. They call it a total lunar eclipse of the flower moon. We've got all kinds of names, but supermoon, what is that? Why aren't we calling it a supermoon?
Right. So the moon's orbit around Earth is not a perfect circle. It is a slightly elliptical. It's an oval shape. So sometimes the moon is a bit closer to Earth, and sometimes the moon is a bit further away from Earth. The actual distances is the moon can vary in distance from about 356,000 kilometers away from Earth at its nearest point to about 407,000 kilometers away at its furthest point. In miles, that's between about 220,000 miles and 253,000 miles. Now, a supermoon is when the Earth is close to its nearest point to Earth, but there's no universally agreed definition of what that distance should be. Different sources use different distances. At time and date, we define a supermoon as when the moon is less than 360,000 kilometers from Earth. So it's about 224,000 miles. Now, on that definition, tonight's full moon just misses out on being a supermoon. The distance to the moon tonight, to this full moon, is 362 and a few thousand kilometers. It's about 225,000 miles. But on our definition of a supermoon, it just misses out on being a supermoon. But other sources that have a different threshold for a supermoon, they are calling this a supermoon eclipse.
Supermoon, normal moon. It's a full moon, it's eclipsed, and it's gorgeous. So it's just a matter of definition, isn't it?
Exactly.
Well, we're going to be back in a few minutes, and we're going to be talking to Kat Troche in New York, and she's just waiting up late to talk to us because, alas, the clouds have covered the moon. So timeanddate.live, you can find pictures of Kat there and other fun stuff on Time and Date. So see you soon.
Welcome back to Time and Date Live. We are bringing you this total lunar eclipse, this prime time Sunday evening, Monday morning eclipse. It is 4:36 UTC. Our main image on the screen at the moment, coming from the Time and Date Mobile Observatory in Ouarzazate, Morocco, where we are edging towards dawn and where the moon will be setting around about an hour from now. In the small corner in the top right, we have the feed coming in from the western half of North America, from Tucson in Arizona. It's the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association. So yeah, we've been very fortunate with our feeds tonight with the weather.
But
we have been less fortunate with the feeds from New York.
Yeah.
We did briefly see some lovely moon images there from New York, but unfortunately, Kat Troche has been battling the clouds all night, and we are going to go now and have a chat with Kat Troche. She is the vice president of operations at the Amateur Astronomers Association in New York. And hey, Kat, good evening.
Hello. Good morning.
Thank you. And you're inside. What happened?
I am inside. Well, there was some lightning in the distance and there were a few drops. And I said, "Oh no." And I ran inside with my telescope and all of my gear, and we did get a little bit of the umbra just before we had to pack it in, and we did get some of that red coloration. But the clouds won.
Stupid clouds. They tend to win in some areas of the world, annoyingly enough. And it's gone past midnight now in New York. And
Yes.
oh, thank you for staying up to talk to us.
Oh, of course.
And has there been any buzz about the eclipse? And because on the West Coast it's been quite earlier in the evening, but in New York it's a bit later.
So I would say that the local media outlets in New York City have done a very good job of promoting the eclipse. Nothing to do with the Amateur Astronomers Association, but there was a lot of general interest. And we had been receiving numerous requests of, "Oh, are you guys going to do an in-person event? Are you going to do a live stream?" And at the time, we weren't sure because the weather was very dicey. But we just decided to try anyway this evening, and it sort of worked out. for at least 90 minutes.
And did you gather some people?
Oh yeah, we had about I would say maybe about 600, 700 folks on our live stream.
Yep. Yeah,
it's pretty
nice. Good. Nice.
Excellent. And
clouds and all.
Now, Kat, you and your colleagues at the Amateur Astronomers Association, you do fabulous work there in New York.
Thank you.
But a lot of people will say that for astronomy, we always say that get away from the bright lights, get to where the sky is dark. How on earth do you go about doing astronomy in the middle of a big city like New York?
I would say a lot of perseverance goes into it, simply because this is the city that never sleeps, and because we never sleep, our lights are never off, and we are classified as a Bortle 9 sky. And so for those of us at home that maybe don't know what Bortle is, the Bortle is just a measurement of how bright your night sky is, or how limited you are for different celestial objects like stars, star clusters, maybe planets or planetary objects. So if you are out in the countryside, you may have something between a 4 and a 5. If you are in a certified dark sky site, you may have something like a number 2 Bortle sky, which is very, very good. But if you are in New York City, you have what is classified as a Bortle 9. I like to joke and say that it's a Bortle 12 because it really is very bright here, depending on where you are. But all that said, you can see stuff in New York City. It really just depends on what you're looking for and where you're looking and what type of equipment you have. So if you are, let's say, if we're just doing planetary objects, if we are looking at the moon like tonight, if we are looking at Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, these are all very bright objects that are very easy to spot in New York City, regardless of how bright it is. If you are looking for something maybe a little bit dimmer, let's just say there's a double star called Alberio. And so that's just 2 stars that are orbiting one another. One star is blue, one star is orange. Beautiful, beautiful star. You can see that in New York City, even though it's slightly dimmer than some of these planetary objects, but you do need to have, proper equipment. A small telescope or maybe small binoculars may not be, may not be powerful enough for you to see them. But if you have a nice size telescope, and depending on of course, where you are in the city, if you have any clouds, you'll be able to see a lot of objects from New York City. Even the Andromeda Galaxy, with the Andromeda Galaxy being as large and bright as it is, in certain locations of New York City, you can spot the Andromeda Galaxy. It's not hard, it's just challenging. Or not impossible, just challenging.
Yeah, right. So if anybody watching this is living in a big city, do you have any key advice for sky watching in an urban environment?
I would say the first thing is try to lower your expectations. And I don't say that negatively. What I mean is I don't want anyone to think that they're going to see they're not going to see, the furthest object that Hubble has picked up with just a ground-based telescope. So try to set your expectations to something more manageable. I would say probably the best place to start is to try to view all of the planets that you can. So if you can see Jupiter, if you can see Saturn, try to see Uranus because it's a little bit more dim than Saturn and Jupiter are, simply because of its distance. And if you are in a dark enough area and you have a large enough telescope, you should be able to do that with no issues. It really does depend on your city, though. So if you are in New York City, there are some parts of New York City that are dark enough, like some of our parks. Central Park, for one. Prospect Park in Brooklyn is another park that you could easily get Uranus with, but you also need a very large telescope. Another thing is to try to understand the magnitude brightness of the object that you're looking at. So the larger the magnitude number, the brighter it is. So our moon, I believe, is a magnitude 17. If I'm not mistaken, that number might be a little bit off. So try to work within a certain range. If the magnitude, and that's a plus 17, I apologize. If the magnitude is something a little bit more, it's just a little too dim, I try to avoid it just from New York City's standpoint. It's just way too bright to see anything further out than, I would say maybe an 8 point, anything. It's just too dark. I mean, it's just too dim, too far away, and New York City is simply just too bright.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is some good advice there, and thanks very much for that. And we've got to say again, just thank you for staying up tonight to talk.
Thank
to
you
us.
for having me. I hope that everyone else has clear skies for the remainder of the eclipse, and just keep looking up.
Absolutely, that's exactly the message. So thank you very much. That is Kat Troche, Vice President of Operations at the Amateur Astronomers Association in New York. It's 4:45 UTC. We are around about 5 or 10 minutes away from the end of totality. So the moon will be moving out of the dark central part of Earth's shadow. We'll be back into a second partial phase of this eclipse. Still lots to come. We still have about an hour of the partial eclipse to enjoy. We still have moonset in Ouarzazate, Morocco, to look forward to. So yes, lots happening. So have a look on timeanddate.live. We have our live blog with lots of pictures and links and information about this event. And we will be back with you very soon.
And we're here again. And there's still plenty of action going on in the sky. So don't go away. Stay here with us at timeday.com. And we're looking at the timeline. Totality has ended. I can still see that the moon's red, but Earth's dark shadow, the moon's umbra, will slowly recede away from the moon, or from the moon's surface. But there's still more to come in the sky coming up.
Yes, we still have the rest of this eclipse to look forward to, of course. And then there are, this eclipse is really kicking off a golden few years of eclipses worldwide. We will be taking a look at a calendar of upcoming events later on. But there was one eclipse that we wanted to mention at this stage. Next year, October 14th, 2023, there will be an annular solar eclipse across North and South America. So this is an annular eclipse of the sun. This is where the moon moves across the face of the sun. But the moon is just a bit too far away and a bit too small to cover the sun completely. The result is a ring of fire where the moon is silhouetted against the sun and surrounded by this dazzling ring of light. Now, to see this ring, to see this ring of fire, you have to be on the path of annularity. This is a very narrow corridor that crosses North and South America. It goes from Oregon across the United States to Texas, and then through Mexico, Central America, Colombia, and Brazil. And we will be streaming this event live on timeanddate.live with our mobile observatory. And we're very happy to say that we have got a great location lined up for this. We will be traveling to New Mexico, to the world famous city of Roswell in New Mexico. And the Time and Date team will be broadcasting this annular solar eclipse live from Roswell in New Mexico. We'll have around 4 minutes, 40 seconds of annularity of this ring of fire. And we're all looking forward to that. We do want to say a big thank you to the Roswell Astronomy Club. There's Peggy Bolin, the president, and her colleagues. They are giving us great support on the ground in Roswell. And yes, we're all busy finalizing plans for October 14th, 2023.
We will be there.
Exactly.
I'm very excited about it. And make sure you check timeanddate.live. There might be some information about Roswell there. I think there might be. And we will be back very soon. So don't miss out on the rest of our show. You're watching Time and Date. I'm Anna Buckle. This is Graham Jones. We've been here for more than 3 hours now, looking at this beautiful total lunar eclipse. We're in the second partial stage of this eclipse. So the shadow is receding, kind of moving off the moon, and we were looking at some beautiful images there from Morocco and it was getting lighter. So obviously we're approaching moonset with that sunrise. So it's all still to come.
Yes, it's 6:15 in the morning in Morocco. So the sun will be rising soon. It's a full moon, and as the sun rises, the full moon sets. So the moon is sinking down very close to the horizon. As you say, we saw the sky lightening, and we will be going back to Morocco for moonset, which will be coming up very shortly.
Yeah. But we promised something in our last segment. We showed our very cute alien graphic that I love, but we promised something else.
Right, we did mention a calendar of forthcoming events. We do have some great eclipses coming up, so we're going to just put this calendar on the screen there briefly. Later this year, we have another eclipse season coming up of a partial solar eclipse on October 25th. This will be for most of Europe, Western Asia, parts of Northern Africa and the Middle East, a partial solar eclipse, followed 2 weeks later by another total lunar eclipse.
Very similar to this one.
Very similar. This will also be a great eclipse for North America, also for Australia and parts of Asia, South America and Europe, a total lunar eclipse, November 7th to the 8th. Both those eclipses will be live on timeanddate.live. Jumping ahead to next year, the focus really shifts to solar eclipses.
It does.
So April the 20th, 2023, we have a total solar eclipse that just clips the very western edge of Australia, the Northwest Cape in Western Australia. 6 months later, there will be the annular solar eclipse that we talked about before across the US, Mexico, Central America, and South America. We will be live in Roswell, New Mexico for that. And that's not all, because 6 months after that, there is another big solar eclipse in North America, a total solar eclipse that will cross Mexico, the United States, and Canada. That is April the 8th, 2024. So a lot of big eclipses coming up over the next 2 years.
Solar eclipses, total solar eclipses are my favorite.
Yes.
They're very magical, very fleeting, but so nice to see a lunar eclipse, and you can relax, you can ease into it. And solar eclipses have a lot of action and excitement. And
yes.
Sometimes a bit more nerves. Yeah. And now we can see the mountains there. As Stefan described these mountains as normal mountains, not the Atlas Mountains, but I think they're pretty awesome, these mountains too. And we've got the eclipsed moon there working its way down to the horizon. Oh, I just heard from Gustav here that this is Chile. This is actually the eclipse moon setting from Chile.
Okay.
So we've got our wrong live title here, so we'll fix that after when we come back. So and then we've got a counter message. It is Morocco. So see, we've got so many moons, we have to keep track of all of them. So it is Morocco. It is correct. And the moon is setting there behind these not so normal mountains, these pretty mountains close to the Saharan desert. So we will be back after moonrise, like moonset, I guess, and sunrise. But we will be back soon on timeanddate.live, and see you next. Oh, wow. That was pretty awesome.
That was spectacular. A partially eclipsed moon set behind the mountains in Morocco.
San Diego's still going up there.
Right, things are still going strong in San Diego, and there's still what 25 minutes of this partial eclipse still to go. So yes, there is still lots to come.
It still is
in this eclipse,
and that's all thanks to our streaming partners. And I am going to list them up right now. So it's Dave Decker and Gary Hawkins from San Diego Astronomy Association, Jim Knoll and Rick Paul from the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association, Colin DeRocha and Olathe McIntyre, Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, Sudbury Centre, Kat Troche, Amateur Astronomers Association in New York, and Thomas Puzia, the Institute of Astrophysics, PUC University in Chile. And wow, what a lineup.
Yes, a great lineup and great images
Yeah.
from everyone tonight. We also want to say thank you to Ed Krupp and his team at Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, who we've worked with on this eclipse. And of course, we also have to say well done to Time and Date's very own Stefan Thorsen and Matthew Gunderson there with the Time and Date Mobile Observatory in Morocco, where the moon has set, the sun has risen, and it's Monday morning.
Yeah, time to go to work. As always, check out our newsfeed. We will be showing more images from our partners, but before that, check out our newsfeed, timeanddate.live. We've added links to some of our astronomy tools. We've got resources and other articles that we have on Time and Date. And click subscribe on YouTube to make sure that you don't miss out on a future show. We'll leave you with these pictures on the screen, but from me, Anna Buckle, and Graham Jones, we're done. But we'll see you in October. At Time and Date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Stefan.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the Devil's Horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on Time and Date. And subscribe to join us next time.